Good evening. I call this open meeting of our Monday, December 8th, 2025, Kent County Board of Education meeting to order. The first thing I'm looking for is approval of the agenda.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Ms. McKenzie's made the motion to approve. Is there a
second.
second? I'm sorry, I didn't hear who it was.
I second.
Mr. Queen seconded. Is there any discussion? I call for the vote. All in favor? Aye. All righty, so the vote is unanimous, Ms. Manley. I will be looking for a motion to go into closed session for the following reasons. A discussion for applicants for new hires, resignations, volunteers, transfers, extra pay for extra duty, and any other personnel matters. The reason for this is public discussion of applicants and employees' names and personal information could discourage people from working for the board and contain sensitive personal and biographical information. Personnel information is protected from disclosure under the MPIA. The second topic of discussion will be negotiations with Kent County Public Schools bargaining units. And the reason for to go into closed session for that is to maintain the integrity of the collective bargaining process. I am looking for a motion to go into closed session for those two reasons.
I'll make that a motion.
Ms. Dorsey's made the motion. Is there a second?
I second.
Mr. You've lost your touch there, Mr. Rhodes. You got to get back in practice.
Well, I wasn't quick enough.
Mr. Queen at the second. Is there any discussion? I call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, it's unanimous. We will go into closed session and return about of Education open session. Let's see, I want to report on the closed session. We discussed personnel and collective bargaining. No action was taken in closed session. In closed session were the 5 members of the board, Dr. McComas, our attorney, Mr. Constas, our Director of Human Resources, Dan Hushin, and Ms. Manley, the Executive Assistant. I am looking for someone to do the Pledge of Allegiance. Ms. Swanson, will you lead us in that, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All righty. I'm looking for a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Bring a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Mr. Queens made the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Ms. McKenzie's made the second. Is there any discussion? I call for the vote. All in favor? Aye. Ms. Swanson?
Aye.
It's unanimous. All righty. Public participation. Ms. Manley, is anyone signed up? All righty. Dr. McComas, we'll move on to your report.
First, I just want to say happy holidays. I hope everyone had a fantastic Thanksgiving break. And just the end of next week, we're going to be at our exciting 2-week winter break. So there are many holiday celebrations happening across our schools. I hope everyone gets a chance to participate, whether it's a seasonal sensation at the high school or I know all the elementary schools have their respective programs as well. So with no further ado, I also want to, we have quite a lot of recognition tonight. I want to start by recognizing our students who designed our Kent County Public Schools holiday card this year, Miss Emma Panette and Miss Morgan Pettit. If you could come forward.
Let's see. I guess it's going to be tough for Frank to keep getting up and down. We don't need to be in there.
This concludes the superintendent's portion of that report, and so we can move on.
Mr. Hushin, Golden Anchor.
Anchor, yes.
Thank you, President McGrady, Dr. McComas, school board members. Tonight, I have the honor to introduce our December 2025 Golden Anchor Award nominee. This month, we had 6 nominations, and it was very, very clear that this nominee has exceeded and has gone over and beyond of what the mission and vision of our school system is. So if you bear with me, before I announce this employee, I would just like to share a few words. So this month's award winner is Kent County High School Attendance Secretary Catherine Buchanan. Let's go! She is a dedicated Kent County High School employee that goes above and beyond her job expectations every day. She fills her role as well as stepping up without hesitation to fill in the health room, to fill in up front. If the nurse is called for a medical call, she jumps right in and always assists. She is dependable, easy to work with, always has a smile on her face. The students seem to love her. She is an excellent role model to all of our students. We would be lost without her. One more statement. She not only does her job as the high school attendance secretary, but without hesitation, she's always jumping in to help out wherever is needed. Numerous times throughout the school year, she is called upon to back up whoever. She has done trainings. She has shown the poise and compassion and understanding it takes to serve all students. The students also have her as a safe space when they need someone to speak to. And she has created a no judgment zone that many of our students have grown to love and appreciate. Catherine embodies the RISE motto up at the high school on a daily basis. If you can all join me in honoring Catherine Buchanan. And I know her family's here, so please come up and join in on the fun.
Yes.
Let's not forget the cookies.
So unbeknownst to me, we did okay with that.
Yes. Pretty big smile.
That's a tall cane.
All right, next, we have a number of our outstanding student athletes up at the high school, as well as their coaches, who we would love to celebrate and honor for their outstanding achievements that they had during this fall 2025 season. To join me in honoring all of our athletes, I have our high school principal, Chris Hempstetter.
Thank you, Mr. Hushin. Good evening, President McGee, members of the board, Dr. McComas, and the Kent County Public Schools community. As principal of Kent County High School, I'm honored to recognize the outstanding achievements of our fall 2025 student athletes. At Kent County High School, we offer a well-rounded curriculum with many extracurricular activities, and it's amazing and on a daily basis to see all of our students and the different things that they do, the community that we have and support through all the different extracurriculars that we do. So we're excited to recognize some of our athletes this evening. These student athletes are a group that not only competed with excellence, but also inspired our entire Trojan community with their determination, resilience, and pride. So we're going to start with Quentin Joyner, who is our Maryland State golf champion. Let's go! We begin with Quentin, a sophomore who made history as Kent County High School's first ever state golf champion. Quentin dominated 1A, 2A Maryland State Tournament with a 36-hole score of 143, finishing 7 strokes ahead of his nearest competitor. At just 15 years old, Quentin stayed composed, played smart, and brought his best under pressure, especially during a windy day one where he carded a 67. His hard work, humility, and love for the game have made a lasting impression on our school and community. Quentin, your performance is remarkable, and your legacy as a trailblazer for KCHS golf is just beginning. We are incredibly proud of you. Give a huge shout out to his coach, Jonathan Fitch.
Stay up here while the other
I know that the Joyner family is also here, so please come on up. Whoever you would like to.
we've got quite a number. That's all.
Yeah.
Oh, I know.
Okay, moving on. We would like to recognize Janie Deck, cross-country medalist and record setter. Janie is a junior who had a season to remember. After finishing second in the 1A East region, Janie went on to place 13th in the Maryland State Championships, the highest placement ever for a KCHS female runner. On one of the toughest courses in the state of Hereford High School, Janie clocked in at 22 minutes, 3 seconds, and 75 hundredths of a second, earning a state medal and setting a new school benchmark. Her grit, consistency, and team leadership made a powerful impact on our cross-country program. So I want to make sure that we recognize Janie this evening, and we also recognize Coach Patrick McCulligan and Coach Steve Wheeler. Go ahead and do all of it. But we also want to, you can go ahead and come up if you want to, Coach Steve. We also want to recognize this fall the whole KCHS girls cross country team who made history by qualifying and competing at states as a full team for the first time ever. We also want to shout out the boys team who returned to states for the first time since 2017. So we're going to proudly recognize the girls team and those athletes this evening. So if we could have Janie Depp, Alden Swanson, Sophie Cousineau, Devin Wiggins, Mackenzie Smith, Sydney Bortz, Jordana Kapp, and Maggie Bilbrow, if you're here to come forward.
All right, let's give them a and we got one more group coming. That's for last.
Okay, and then moving on, we also proudly honor our KCHS field hockey team, the 2025 Maryland Public Schools Secondary Athletic Association Regional Champions. If you could bring up Coach Susie Wright-Taylor.
And we're also going to ask board presidents to step out of her board president capacity and as the volunteer field hockey coach.
Our team, after starting the season 0-8, this incredible group pulled off 2 upsets in the regional tournament, including a 3-1 comeback win over Northeast to capture their first region title since 2019. They played one of the most challenging schedules in the state, and they never gave up. Seniors Tess Fuchs, Grace Gerstung, and McKenna Messick led this team with courage and unity. Messick scored in each of the team's 4 victories, including multiple game winners, And Fuchs capped off her defensive legacy with her first ever goal in the regional final. Team members include Nevaeh Blackiston, Ayana Copper, Keelan Clayton, Jane Cleary, Mackenzie Egoff, Tess Fuchs, Abigail Gallo, Catherine Gerstung, Grace Gerstung, Eliza Lawler, Audrey Manning, McKenna Messick, Abigail Parr, Taylor Strong, Mally Worth, and manager Abby Strayer.
What we would also like to do tonight is to honor you with your regional championship certificates. So if you can all come up and join us, that'll be great. Everybody okay? And before we send you back, we're gonna call all other athletes up as well and do one more large group photo. Yep. I'll put it. All right. 1, 2, 3. And let's give our athletes one more round of applause.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I feel good. Thanks for the bell. Kick off this month-long celebrations here.
Standing.
All righty, so next, Education Services. Ms. Hudson, Next Generation Scholars, please.
Good job, everybody. Good job. Congrats, Kat.
Hi, Dr.
Already, anytime,
Thank you. Yes,
Ms.
ma'am.
Hudson?
All right. Good evening, everyone. My name is Taylor Hudson, and I am the College Pathways Manager with Next Generation Scholars Responsibilities at Maryland Business Roundtable for Education. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak this evening and for letting me share a little bit about our Next Generation Scholars program at MBRT. And joining me this evening is our Executive Director.
Thank you, Taylor. Good evening, esteemed members of the board. I appreciate the opportunity to be in front of you this evening. We're going to talk a little bit about MBRT as an organization, just to share the context that's statewide. And then I'm going to turn the presentation back over to Taylor. She's going to bring that fine focus on Kent County High School to talk about the program that is now in its 9th year in your high school. So we look forward to that. This year, MBRT has gone through a strategic planning process, and I'm very pleased to announce we have a new refreshed mission. I'm very inspired by the mission, vision, and value statements that are on your walls in your Board of Education, as we have clarified our mission to ensure that it's measurable, as we bring together our business, government, and higher education leaders throughout the state of Maryland to ensure student achievement is successful and also that our businesses find the workforce of tomorrow. Our board governance, our board is made up of Maryland's largest employers. We also have middle and small businesses represented on our board, but we also have higher education. It's about a 50-50 mix between business and higher education represented. Their interest is, of course, in the futures that our students are designing and have the potential to lead in the state of Maryland. Retention is a large goal. Our leadership team is represented here. Taylor is supported by a team that's based out of Towson, Maryland, in Baltimore County, but we are truly a statewide team, and so we travel a lot from Allegheny County to Wycomico County, and in Southern Maryland, you may have noticed the College of Southern Maryland is represented on our board as well. Letitia Coates-Young in the center there is our new Chief Program Officer, having just begun her work with MBRT in October of this year. So if you haven't had a chance to meet Tish yet, you will. She'll be coming to Kent County to see the great work that's happening at Kent County High School. That's okay. Here's our statewide team. So Taylor's in good company. Taylor leads our college pathways, ensuring that students can navigate that very tricky and sometimes complex road that takes them to post-secondary success. Accompanying her is Carrie Pannoni, who is moving into a career pathways manager role, and together they're very focused on all of the pathways that the Blueprint for Maryland's Future represents. We also have a statewide team that helps to support NGS programming in the 5 districts that include Kent County. But the 5 districts are Allegheny, Dorchester, Cambridge County, I'm sorry, not Cambridge, Caroline County, I'm sorry, and of course Kent County and Dorchester County. And each one of those team members works on a program team with Taylor, sharing best practices, also challenges, so that they can work together as a team to support the students' success across the state. And then finally, our Common Core programs, our current core programs, not Common Core, but current core programs. MBRT for 32 years has been administering college and career readiness throughout the state, but they've also been leading advocacy for programs like Common Core, as well as our Race to the Top funding that was in place previously. MBRT was the state's partner in bringing that to the state of Maryland. We continue in a similar role. And we also operationalize the Next Generation Scholars Program, as we've spoken of, but a 1,000 volunteer strong speakers bureau made up of 350 to 450 active volunteers each year that come into your high schools, come into your middle schools, and talk to your students about the various industry pathways that are available throughout the state. So in many ways, they bring it to life, and we're very grateful. I know Taylor has some data on the volunteer sessions that have taken place. We also have Student Ambassadors Program with over 50 students engaged in student ambassadors throughout the state of Maryland. These are students that step up as a leader amongst their peers and assist in peer-to-peer success. And so our student ambassadors are often that generation that looks to bring others along with them as they rise. And finally, Way to Be magazine. I know Taylor has brought with her copies of our latest Way to Be magazine, which will be left with each of you. In this current year, we published the 22nd edition of Way to Be, a college and career readiness workbook tool, in both Spanish and English in the same edition. So that special back-to-back edition, so that you're able to see it one way in Spanish and then turn the edition and you have it English in the other way. And this way we help to remove that roadblock for a student that may have a language barrier, if not for self, for the caregivers at home that are supporting the student's success. So we're very excited to bring that to life this year. Let's look at some data. We are currently in a data deep dive to strengthen the type of data that we report to the state, but that we also look out for ourselves as our key performance indicators. The Next Generation Scholars Program that you see here, that is for all 5 districts that MBRT services for the state of Maryland. So that's including the county served that you see listed at the top. So Kent County's numbers are in these numbers. You can see the total number of students in 10th, 11th, and 12th grade in the grand total in our programming. This is reflecting back to the 24-25 school year, by the way. That's our most recent data. And then the Speakers Bureau that I touched upon. Our Speakers Bureau there, you can see we had over 21,000 engagements in one school year alone, serving all 24 school districts in the state of Maryland, and 50 schools total that took advantage of volunteers that came in for mock interviews, career fairs, again, for that one-to-one type of engagement with our students in those settings, but then larger settings in classrooms, talking about their pathways. We train them for free, and we background check them for free. And it's a program that just in this last quarter alone, we recruited an additional 130 new volunteers. So rather than asking districts to reinvent a wheel and come up with their own Speakers Bureau, we're ensuring that our Speakers Bureau is representative of the local school districts' communities, as well as the entire state from a regional perspective, thinking about commuting patterns later in the student's life. I mentioned the student ambassadors, and I didn't mention with Way to Be, we do distribute 55,000 printed copies to all schools, high schools in the state of Maryland. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to the very capable hands of Taylor Hudson, who joined MBRT this past March. Thrilled to have her in the role. I mentioned to someone in the room earlier that it's great to have someone who has both a business background and an educator background, because with that perspective, our students thrive. So I'm going to turn it back over to Taylor.
Thank you, Sharon. So I'm just going to come in to give some specific data about our Kent County NGS program for the 24-25 school year. So looking at last year, we served a total of 117 students, 10 through 12. So that is our NGS cohort, the students that sort of receive the full range of services. We do serve additional students, as Sharon mentioned, through other types of services where we're pushing in, offering classroom lessons, etc. But that's our sort of core cohort. Those 10th and 11th graders have stayed, and they are, of course, now our 11th and 12th graders, and I would be utterly remiss if I did not recognize one of them with us in the room right now, Alden Swanson, for an NGS senior. Yes, we do, Alden. And so with our students, we have what we call our ABC goals. So that is attendance, behavior, and coursework. Looking at attendance, we aim for our students in NGS to have a 93% attendance rate or higher. For behaviors, we look at having few or no behavioral referrals. And for coursework, we ask them to aim for and support them in achieving a GPA of 2.5 or higher. We have a lovely data analyst who crunches some numbers for us, and he found what I think is really powerful data about our Kent NGS students. Looking at attendance, NGS students in Kent County had a slightly higher percentage of attendance rates. They were improved by about 0.29% compared to their peers. But more substantially, looking at behavioral data, NGS students received 4.5 fewer referrals than their non-NGS peers. And finally, with regard to coursework, NGS students tend to have a higher GPA. NGS students had an average GPA of 3.14, and non-NGS students had an average GPA of 2.8. So I think we see that when students are offered the support and resources, that they're able to thrive, again, with help of this programming. And last year, our students received over $800,000 in financial aid. Again, was secured for Kent students through NGS-supported efforts. And I would like to recognize, if you have seen this number in the past, it might have been a little higher. As Sharon acknowledged, I came on in March, so I do look forward to being able to present you with a full, very comprehensive data package around the same time next year for our class of 2026. some other highlights of the 2024-2025 school year. Every year, we aim to take our students on 3 college visits to help them make that important decision, if that is within their path for post-secondary success, to attend college. That way they can make an informed decision. We aim to visit 3 schools every year. Last year, our students visited University of Maryland Eastern Shore. They attended the Tri-County College Fair that was held there. We also visited Towson University and Salisbury University. So 100 students in total participated in those visits. We also took our 10th grade students on career tours. This is one of the most exciting trips of the year, I think. They love it. Students visited 4 different locations last year, including Creophil Fibers Corporation and the Kent County Government Building. And so 27 students participated in that trip. But possibly my favorite piece of data that I will share this evening is our program impact that I've chosen to highlight. 94% of seniors that we served last year. So part of our engagement is engagement 3. We meet one-on-one or in very small groups with all of our students at the beginning of the year, engagement 1, and then again at engagement 3. Alden can attest, there are lots of surveys. So many surveys. We love our data. But in that engagement 3, that's where I gathered this data. All of them, every single senior completed that survey. And 94% of seniors reported that they believed college was an option for them, even if they chose not to attend. They believed it was in their power and their capability, that they had the support to make that decision if they chose to. And then 85% of seniors reported that the NGS program substantially positively impacted their future plans. So on a scale of 1 to 5, 5 being the most, 85% reported a 4 or 5 on that scale. And again, for me, that's truly just the most powerful pieces of data. It's about the students and it's for the students, and I think that data speaks to that. Our services from Maryland Business Roundtable for Education do not stop at the end of the school year. We keep going all summer long, which I think is unique and makes for a lot of really special opportunities. We have 3 different pieces of programming that go through the summer season. One of them is College Boot Camp, which is really just to help our students get a head start on everything that is college application and financial aid season related. I think we tell them all the time it is never too early to start, and certainly not too early to start in August. We have partnered with Washington College for this event for a few years now here in Kent County. This year we had 17 students attend, and again, they just got the kickstart on that process. So they created, thank you for that enthusiastic nod. Good. They were able to create their Common App accounts, start their Common Apps. We did our MD-CAPS account and FSA IDs, which is their studentaid.gov account or their FAFSA accounts. We brainstormed topics for college essays. We talked about letters of recommendation, really everything under the sun to make sure that they were off to a successful start this fall. Another piece of our summer programming is Next Gen Next Level. This is for seniors who have just graduated, and this acts as sort of a bridge program or matriculation support event for those students who are walking into their next phases of life. So this year it was hosted at Loyola University, and we had 5 Kent County student representatives. And again, this event really focuses on success after high school, networking, connection, and having the support need to make that jump. And then finally, we have Summer of Service, which is an opportunity for students to participate in different community service-based activities that have been organized by Maryland Business Roundtable through local partnerships. This year, we had 15 unique students participate, plus some alumni that aren't included in that number, but it was great to see them come back. And those active high school students earned 113 hours. In the community, we had 5 different partners this past summer: the Kent County Food Pantry, Sandy's Garden, Shore Rivers, Kent County Public Schools, and the Chamber of Commerce. And so that's a recap on everything 2024 to 2025. But please believe me when I say we've been very busy already this school year, 2025-2026. Just a sampling of some of our activities. We have hosted Industry Day. And 9 of our Kent County students attended that event at the Engineering Club in Baltimore, which had a special STEM and engineering focus. We hosted at Kent County High School the Maryland Post-Secondary Success Campaign for College Focus, which opened up different information sessions from admissions representatives from Maryland State Schools. We had 21 different schools come to Kent County High to give information sessions, so a lot of different exposure. That was open to both juniors and seniors, resulting in 262 student interactions. Again, this year, we attended the UMES College Fair with 31 students. We also just in November took a trip to Johns Hopkins University with 15 students. We also hosted a Salisbury University on-site admissions day, which was open to seniors across the school. We had 10 students that were registered for that, which did have some certain criteria set by the university. But all 10 of those students were admitted directly on-site. It made for a very exciting day at the high school. Yes, pretty cool. We also recently hosted our resume writing and workshop with 11th graders, which had 39 students and 7 local volunteers. Later this week, we will have the follow-up to that, which is our mock interview session, which again will have 39 students from 11th grade and actually 13 community volunteers for those upcoming mock interviews. We also earlier in the year co-hosted the financial aid night with the counseling department and the help of Chesapeake College, where we had 69 attendees. That was a record-breaking number of students and their family members or caregivers. And last but certainly not least, we welcomed recently the class of 2028 into the NGS family. We have 88 students in our new 10th grade cohort. So again, this is not all-inclusive, but a few of the highlights of an already very, very celebratory and successful year. And that is it for us, but we invite you to connect with us. Please feel free to reach out with any questions or for more information. My email is on the board, as well as our Chief Program Officer, Tish, who Sharon mentioned. And of course, you can always feel free to reach out to Sharon as well.
Thank you. We do welcome any questions and feedback. We always encourage that. But I do want to thank the board and thank our superintendent for your support of the Next Generation Scholars Program. And I would be remiss if I didn't call out Principal Hemstetter for her support at the school and allowing Taylor to have the space and the resources that are necessary to run the types of programs that you just saw. That is not the case in all districts that we receive this strength of support, and I greatly appreciate Kent County.
Yes.
Thank you.
Look, I got feedback. Go ahead, Frank.
I just want to say one thing. Ms. Hudson, you worked with my daughter years ago, and she really enjoyed your class. You taught her a lot, but you are such an inspiration to these students. You flow with happiness, and you want to see them succeed, and I just think it's great, and I'm glad that our school system has you working here.
And I'm gonna double down and echo that because my daughter Aria is currently in there. Yes, so I'm real critical on groups she joined. Like, of course, she's very great academically, so she's gonna have her pick. But I kind of want to make her tell me why she's in these groups. And one of the groups that I know she likes is NGS. I challenged her to start looking at colleges. Because she gets on me about I did it for so many other kids. I didn't do it for her, but I still make her go through the same progress or process. And so I give her about the top 10 schools in Maryland and say, I want you to start looking at these. So the first thing she always did that I didn't like was shoot down Johns Hopkins. And I was like, trust me, you're going to like it. You're going to like it. She's like, nah, Dad, you just don't know me like you think you do. When she went on the trip, she came back home. And the first thing she said was, Johns Hopkins can jump on the top 3 list. So I was like, okay. So with that, I always ask her, because in 2 years, she'd be in the real world. How is she preparing for college? And one thing she likes about Next Generation Scholars is that they really prepare her for college. She was trying to figure out how to do her pathway, and she said you all were the actual group that helped her narrow it down and streamline I'll say this publicly because they knew this was coming today, so they probably watching this part for sure. it helped her kind of figure out direction. And I wasn't kind of locking in on how to give her the direction she was seeking from me. And she's been going to a lot of the events and things that you all do. So I'm not going to say she figured it out on her own, but she's definitely light years ahead of where she was just 6 months ago with the process. So, Ms. Hudson, thank you all for that. That means a lot for me to see my daughter actually in something that I see it pay off in. So, great job from me as a parent. Yes, ma'am.
Alden,
Yeah.
why don't you give your firsthand experience?
I mean, yeah, I was just gonna shout out College Boot Camp again because, as you may guess, I've been thinking about college since like freshman year, and like this summer was like I have a million things to do, and College Boot Camp was really helpful with like especially with financial aid stuff and setting up all these accounts that I didn't know you had to have, and just talking to an admissions officer and being able to ask questions, and I really liked that experience, and I've gone on field trips, and I swear every single day I have an email from Ms. Hudson saying, we have drop-in sessions, come talk with us. Like, she's so good about communication and outreach, and I really appreciate it, and I know other people do, so I love this
Agreed.
program, and it's really helped me on my journey throughout the last few years, so.
Ms. Hudson is very, very engaged in the process, so that's appreciative for sure.
I just want to say that I knew Miss Hudson when she was Miss Whitehair, when she was a student at Kent. And I think that's one of the things that has led to her success with this program is she came up through our system. She was a teacher in our system. She was our promising young educator. I can still remember her that night giving credit to Jillian Spiro, who had been her English teacher, and she inspired you. And when you left Kent County Public Schools, I was really sad to see you go. I know you went into the private industry for a while. Andra Anderson, your predecessor, was amazing, and I really worried how we would find someone to match that, and you are that person.
Agreed.
And I'm just really, really happy, and I know you were happy to find your way back. Technically, you are not a Kent County Public School employee, correct? But I know that I think of you as part of our team, so I'm just really, really thrilled that you're able to bring your own experiences, both as a student and a teacher, to our current teachers. And I happen to have a book that was The Absolute True Diary of a Part-Time Indian that was yours when you were teaching English. I have that on my bookshelf with the big word Hudson written on the binder. So anyhow, welcome back to Kent County Public
Thanks.
Schools, and if you've heard from both the two
Thanks.
parents and a current student, what an amazing difference the program and what you personally are doing for the program. So thank you very much.
Appreciate it and respect it.
Thank you guys very, very much. I'm going to get a little emotional. That truly means so much to hear those kind words, and that what I'm doing makes an impact. And quite frankly, that's why I could not resist the call of this position. I wanted to be back in a capacity where I could serve our students, serve our county, and I think I'm just in a right place to be with Maryland Business Roundtable for Education and in partnership with Kent County Public Schools. So thank you for your continued support, and I look forward to continuing to serve our students.
Thank you.
Good job.
Alrighty, the school system district-wide community schools implementation plan. Ms. Jakomowitz, is that you?
That is.
Alrighty. And Mr. Porter?
So
Alrighty.
as our team's coming up, I just want to point out, I know Mr. Queen, you had asked, one of the things we had said was presentations related to the blueprint.
Yes.
This is, community schools is a blueprint initiative, so
Yes.
just wanted to make sure I'm framing that for our team to go ahead and take that away.
That's exactly what I was going to
Oh,
say.
okay, sorry, sorry.
Tonight, we bring this information to you just for awareness that we have submitted a district-wide community schools implementation plan. School systems in Maryland had the option to use some of the funding for the first time this year to support district positions. So in Kent County, we used that to do a portion of several of us that work collaboratively with the school-based community school specialist. That would include not only the role that I'm in currently, but also the coordinator of mental health and school safety, Van Hamlin, and our communication specialist, Mr. DeVillio. So the three of us, it is not unusual to have us doing outreach with the specialists and working to really see how we can coordinate better and also enhance those wraparound supports. So Mr. Porter is here because, as you know, he has been instrumental in every pillar of the blueprint and keeping things moving forward. What you may not know is he is also a very gifted writer. So he helped us put together in writing a summary of our comprehensive plan. And I'm going to just ask him if he wanted to kind of give you an overview of the goals that we selected in this plan. We didn't get to practice this.
Good evening, Dr. McComas, President McGee, and members of the board. Thank you, Ms. Jacquemot, for the introduction. So again, like Ms. Jacquemot said, historically, you have all seen our community school program grow year after year, beginning first at Rock Hall Elementary School, then over at Garnett Elementary School. Last year, the middle school came on board, and this year we have the high school and Galena Elementary School coming on board. So as these schools come on board, the Blueprint Law asks that we spend the first year, the community school coordinator, conducting a comprehensive needs assessment to figure out what exactly do we want to do to provide these wraparound services. So this year, what we currently have is a needs assessment and an implementation plan, both for Rock Hall Elementary School and Garnett Elementary School. We have a needs assessment that has been completed and an implementation plan that is in development at the middle school. And then the most recent schools, Galena and the high school, they are currently engaging in that comprehensive needs assessment process. So as we made the decision this year to use concentration of poverty grant funding at the district level, we took that as an opportunity to survey the landscape of the community schools to create this district plan. So that process included pulling all of the community school coordinators, the one from each of our 5 schools, pulling them together bi-monthly to just ask them how's it going, what obstacles are you encountering in your role as the community school coordinator, whether that was struggles communicating their role within the building, making sure that everyone in the school knows what it means to be a community school. Or maybe they were struggling to leverage the impact of a community partner that we could talk to them through. So those bi-monthly meetings were facilitated by Ms. Jacquemowitz. We certainly had all of the needs assessments, the implementation plans to review in the development of this comprehensive this district-wide implementation plan. And then knowing that we were pursuing this route to create this district-wide community school implementation plan, we pulled each of the community school coordinators together along with our grant administrator, Ms. Bender, who is instrumental in fulfilling the vision of the community school because she's the one who supports each of the community school coordinators in directing the funding to provide the wraparound services. So we took all of those resources, we reviewed them to look for commonalities across the schools, and all of this is contained in this district-wide plan here. So what we saw across the schools is a focus, and this is across all 5 schools, is a focus on mitigating chronic absenteeism and increasing attendance at school. A focus on academic support and enrichment, whether that's during the school day through tutoring or after-school tutoring programs. And a focus on increasing opportunities for family and community engagement, and then finally a focus on physical and mental health supports in our schools. So again, each community school coordinator surveyed their local community and created an implementation plan. These are the 4 themes that emerged through each of those, through each of the work of each of our school-based teams. From those themes, and this was a convening that we had in the middle of October when we had all of our community school coordinators together in the room with Ms. Jacquemowitz and the grant administrator or the grant specialist. We identified 2 district-wide goals. So knowing that we had those 4 themes, we prioritized the work and the impact that we wanted to have as a district through the concentration of poverty grant in the community school program. And that's what you'd see on pages 12 and 13, 12 through 14. Goal number 1 is reducing chronic absenteeism, which is a statewide metric for Blueprint. We want all of the strategies that are inherent in the blueprint. We want them to curb chronic absenteeism, so we have a goal there. We also have the strategies that we've identified to meet that goal. And then on page 14, the second goal that we identified as a district is strengthening family and community engagement. You can see the goal that we set, the quantitative goal, and then the strategies that we have posited to achieve that goal as well. So all of this is to say, we are a district-wide, we're one of the few counties in the state of Maryland that is 100% community school. And we took advantage of this opportunity to really leverage that to our advantage to set not individual school goals, but two ambitious district goals, one for curbing chronic absenteeism, and then the other for increasing opportunities for meaningful family and community engagement.
So this time, we will take any questions or feedback on the plan. It's for information only.
I have a few for the attendance goal. Let me go back up to. Why was the number 5.6 percentage points picked as the reduction? Is it a certain reason y'all chose that percentage? From what, 32% or 33% to 27%? Writing a goal statement for goal 1, reduction of chronic
So
absenteeism.
I know when we established the goal for chronic absenteeism, we looked at the rates over across a number of years and tried to see what the typical percentage of increase or decreases. We also mirrored the state's ambitious goals that they set for reducing chronic absenteeism. So with that, that helped kind of drive us to what we felt was not only one that was an ambitious goal, but also attainable. So it's kind of that balance where you want to set a goal that you know you can reach. However, you don't want to set it too low that it doesn't seem.
No, you answered the second question because I was going to ask you, do you think that's obtainable at 5.6? But I will ask a follow-up with that. When we count absenteeism, I know we count the individuals, but is it like a group number where we might say, well, only 10% of our students are missing this amount of time, and then the other 15%, if 30% of our students are chronically absent, I'm just making up a number. If we broke it down and say, well, only 10% miss this many days, but then this 15% might miss this many days, where they're right at the cusp of like being chronic or not, do we like look at those type of things or address them so that way we kind of deter the decline a little earlier? If that makes sense.
It does make sense, and I'm excited to share that one of the changes that we have in front of us is the ability to take away that type of level of detail with analyzing the data with the new program that we have through PowerSchool. It's called Analytics and Insights.
Yeah.
And in a quick glance, we're able to look at absenteeism, not only what's happening within the current month, but look at trends and then also look at student group populations. So it's a pretty powerful tool. We have not always had that level of access. We spent most of our time and energy trying to figure it out. By the time you do that, you have a new set of students going through the school year.
Yeah.
So now I think that's going to be a game changer for Kent County Public Schools. That's a really wise investment.
Good to hear.
I want to ask about the absenteeism because I know we as board members every month get a report from Dr. Walker about the attendance rate. And I know that attendance is a requirement for, I think I'm right, a graduation requirement. And I think every school district in the state sets the same, 94%. So what's the difference between absenteeism and attendance? Because our attendance numbers are not don't show up as low as the absentee number. So I don't understand. Is it splitting hairs? It's just using different lingo? What is it?
What we have learned about chronic absenteeism, it's giving you a chance to really get a handle on the preventative nature. So when you look at students going through and you see that repeated offender,
Yeah, right, yeah, it's a repeated set
you're able
student,
to get in front of that and have those proactive strategies, some of which we captured in our plan that are here. So chronic absenteeism, again, I think what the research is showing that's behind this is that it can make a difference if you can put into place a strong plan and help understand the why behind the students not coming to school.
Well, so one of the, I guess, advantages of being so small, and there are advantages, is we know exactly by name who the students are that are chronically absent. So are we able to sort of tailor make something or actually literally go to their home? Because a lot of times it's something that's going on at home. The other thing is because we are so small, one or two kids can make the percentage seem so much larger than it really is.
Right. You're correct. I think from what we've seen, our community school specialists work hand in hand with the Student Services Department. So Dr. Welker is back there. She has been really powerfully impactful with her work with the counselors in keeping that data in front of us. She not only posts the attendance data on a regular basis, but as a team, our counselors and our specialists collaborate on how we address that chronic absenteeism as well. I think there's definitely a role and a link between the chronic absenteeism and the achievement. If you're not here.
Well, you can't learn if you're not in school.
Exactly.
Okay.
So just some questions I had. I noticed that in the plan, there was a centralized directory and calendar of community resources. It was going to be developed. Is there a timeline on when that'll be available?
Are you referring to the appendix?
I'm not sure.
Oh, I know what you're referring to. So this was with regard to the goal number 2, which was increasing or strengthening family and community engagement. As we were ascertaining that goal, one of the strategies that was identified was rather than having 5 separate community school back to school family nights, to have one centrally located, possibly at the community center. And again, this isn't something that we've planned on that's set in stone, but it was something that we were brainstorming as a strategy to get us there. So one thing that we noted in the needs assessment with the 5 different community school programs is that if you have a student at the elementary school, the middle school, and the high school level, and there's an event happening on the same night, you can't be in 3 places at the same time. So rather, and then also as a courtesy to our service providers, rather than asking someone like Chop Tank Health to come to 5 different schools on 5 different nights to present to the same community, really.
Yeah.
Identify one central location, publicize that event like there's like it's the welcome back event for Kent County Public Schools. We have all of our community school programs there, all of our service providers are there, and then it's one-stop shopping for service provision. So we haven't identified who all of those would be. It was targeted as a back-to-school event, which would occur likely in August or September of 2026.
Think about that as like a KCPS kickoff festival, right? We can have backpacks, give away backpacks and I mean, a plethora.
And even with that, is it possible for us to recreate that at least 2 more times during the school year, like the beginning of the year, maybe right after winter break, and maybe towards the end of the year? Because I saw in the engagement process, we're talking about it, the multilingual students. I don't know why they're not coming out. Maybe you all are already trying to address some of those barriers, but what specific events that cater to specifically that demographic to get them so they feel like this event is for us and we really want to attend this event? Because a lot of times some of the events we do as a big unit is in general. It might not speak to my household or to my culture or to where I'm at academically. Do we have any ideas to specifically address the SPED or multilingual students? Like specialized events just for those demographics, because we're having trouble reaching them.
I would say that I feel like you were listening to our conversation, because that's exactly the type of conversation we had in terms of trying to get the families that are not regularly attending our events out there. And in the brainstorming, the enthusiasm that bubbled up was beyond belief, because you get a group of former teachers that are now in a new role sharing and brainstorming ideas that they're hearing from the current classroom teachers.
Yeah.
And you will get ideas and insights that you've never had before. So one of the barriers that our community school specialists pointed out multiple times to both of us is that transportation seems to really get in the way.
Yes.
It's also doing a better job communicating. During the last presentation, when the Maryland Business Roundtable talked about their brochure being in both English and Spanish, just a flip of that book. We're thinking of things such as that when we advertise and when we communicate with families. Not always expecting families to come to us, but are there ways we can bring the bus to them and go into the community and also offer support? So we haven't really found one answer to make it better, but I will tell you it is on our radar, and there is a definite commitment in this plan to continue to try to address it.
Well, do you remember when we consolidated the middle school? Remember the bus did go to the community? Do you remember that?
That's
Yeah.
right. Oh, I remember.
And I'll just add, I know, and while I know we're looking at like our system-wide approach here, I do know, for example, last year Galena Elementary held events in Millington Fire Hall, specifically to reach out to our Spanish-speaking community. When they looked at where many were living, that was a accessible location that they thought.
Something like this with the Hispanic community. Are we able to partner with like Hispanic stores and restaurants to help them kind of be our voice or our person that kind of validates our school system in their community? Have we thought about those type of things?
And churches. There are at least 2 churches that conduct services in Spanish.
Yeah, I think it's a great example. We're always looking for things to add, right? Those ideas. So I haven't been part of all the conversations each month with the community facilitators, but certainly if they haven't spoken about those, our team can take those back, those ideas. We're always looking for who else can we partner with for the benefit of our children in the community.
Dr. McComas, one of the most innovative strategies that bubbled up when we talked about the back to school event is having the challenge with declining enrollment, trying to get in front of registration and bringing more students on board. So there was also talk about, we can dream things, which is what we were doing, having a registration bus that would go into communities with all the paperwork and just let families come to the bus and sign and enroll their students again. To kind of think out of the box from the way we've traditionally been doing business to something different.
So just out of the box thinking though, because I know in this discussion, and I don't know how it is in other counties, but given the fact that it's the middle school and the high school, which is where the older kids are that are having the harder time with attendance, why is staff attendance not a part of that conversation? Because kids,
good
I mean,
question.
as adults, a lot of times we like to do as I say, not as I do. And so to say that our students aren't going to be impacted at all by staff attendance, I don't think it's the variable. I don't think it's not a variable. Do you know what I mean? There's a variety of reasons why. We know that. I read the report, and so I understand there's layers of why students struggle with attendance, but I think that staff attendance is a factor, and I just don't quite understand why that's never, or at least not part of this discussion.
Yes.
I agree. That's a good question.
It is a good question. I don't have an answer, but thank you for bringing it up.
Right, I will just add, we certainly all agree that our staff being present every day makes a huge difference. It makes a huge difference in terms of the quality of instruction or the consistency of instruction. It makes a huge difference, I know administratively, right? Because behaviors are better when consistent teachers are there, and the building runs more smoothly when you have everyone present. I will say, naturally, as you would naturally know, any adult in the organization who has an attendance issue that's addressed through personnel functions. And I will say that, as I know our board here is aware, and our entire team from our back to school, all hands on deck, is I did put adult attendance data in front of our team this August and addressed some trends that I needed to make sure everyone was aware of. So, and I will say I have seen what I highlighted for everyone. I have seen changed behaviors. I'm not sure that we're where we need to be or want to be, you know, but I just agree with you, right? Because kids learn from what we do, not what we say necessarily. So thank you. I just, while it may not show on this plan, you know, it is definitely, we agree. It's important for our role models to be there every day. One, to do their job. Two, to model what it's like to come to work every day for our young people. So,
Let me ask,
yeah.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say, I mean, just especially at the high school level, because I think teenagers especially, like, they know how to, they know us, and they understand what's real and what's not real. And I think this idea of having the adults in that we're all in this together. You're here, you know what I mean? That idea of like, hey kid, I'm here with you. We're showing up every day. We're doing the work. You know what I mean? And so I just think there's such an opportunity for unity in that way between staff and students, to be like, you know, it's tough to get here some days, but we're pushing through together. And so I think that makes a huge difference for kids.
It
I
definitely
agree.
does. I've seen a class dynamic difference between a teacher who doesn't come very often and a teacher who is like, I'm not feeling well today. I'm still here. Like, it's just, it's
Alden,
respect, and it's,
Can I ask you if you're able to
Agreed.
quantify without dropping the dime on anybody, how prevalent has been your experience in the high school? Is it just a few teachers that consistently aren't there, or?
in my experience, I've
Yeah.
had a few, like less than, honestly, only, I don't want to call out anyone.
Okay, no, I don't want you to call out, but,
I've experienced,
well, or what you know, I don't want to, that way it doesn't say, oh, that's just Alden's teacher who didn't show up, I'm curious.
I've heard of maybe a handful. like less
Okay,
than 5,
and is it
7.
the same, it's the same
Yeah.
group? Okay.
I got one last question. Oh, if you was going to go ahead and
I
go
was just going to say that you know, from where we are, the conversation around attendance is certainly happening in a very present way at the high school, not at the staff level, but at the student level. There's been some very creative ways to celebrate attendance, to encourage kids to take their attendance seriously.
I know Ms.
Raffles,
Hemstetter
for
just
example.
gave out the Jordans or whatever this week, yeah.
So there are some exciting things happening to celebrate those who are coming to school prepared to learn.
Let me ask this question as a parent. Let's just pretend Queen isn't knowledgeable. And I hear concentration of poverty all the time now with the blueprint. You hear it so much, then you hear about how our school district, close to 80% of our students live in poverty. And then I read something and I hear about the academic enrichment. How can I word this so it's polite? When I hear this, I think you're going for the kids at the bottom of the barrel. And me with 2 kids who I feel like are cream of the crop in our school system, what specifically are we doing for those students with the higher GPAs, with the concentration of poverty and the academic enrichment, to where they don't feel left out? Because a lot of times they do all the work to get them to the place that they want to go, but they didn't get all the assistance some of the other students got.
So the plans that are developed at the school level address all students within that school. A great example last year, our middle school held a STEM science fair, and the event was part of the concentration of poverty plan. In fact, the community school specialist took a lead role, Christine Clark, in pulling that together with the other team members. And that was an example of how, you know, the day-to-day operations of what happens within that plan address all
All the students.
students. We're talking about specific goals related to chronic absenteeism, which is a little different than what's in the individual school plans.
Understood. What year will all 5 of our school systems be in that tier 2?
Oh, right.
That's subject to the legislative decisions of 2026. So we could operate off of where the legislature landed in 2025, but I believe that the state of Maryland is negotiating through the legislative process what that increase would be. So you may recall in March, April of last year, middle of April, there was a pause on the concentration of poverty.
Yes.
So you were able to become a concentration of poverty school you would receive funding for your school nurse, your community school coordinator, and then the remainder of the funding would go to wraparound services. But they were not allowing any new per pupil schools. So the way that the law is written, you receive your personnel grant for the nurse and the coordinator. And then the following year, you would receive the per pupil, which is just a per pupil allocation for additional wraparound provision.
Yeah.
But we would have to wait to see
How legislation at the state level.
that's impacted.
Do they have a timeline on when that's happening, or will it be like February when they go into session?
It'll be all part of the legislation season. So when they go into session, and we may not have that final answer until the end of in April, so.
All right. Thank you. Oh.
I'm sorry if you already explained this, but about the 4 themes, I was really excited when I saw that mental health support specifically was acknowledged and
Agreed.
it came up in top 4. But I see in the goals, it's sort of focused more on absenteeism and engagement. And I just wanted to make sure that academic support and mental health supports are integrated in some way in those 2 goals, since they, came up as such strong emphases in schools.
So yeah, that's a great question, Alden. Thank you for bringing that up. So there's a distinction to be made between the district-wide plan, where we've set these goals as a district. Each school has their individual school goals as well. So we did see that that was a theme that was represented in each school. Of course, Galena and the high school, we don't have hard data sets from their needs assessments, because those needs assessments, the data continues to come in. I think literally when visitors come to the high school, they're filling out questionnaires and submitting data every day. There's new data being added to that data set. So it remains to be seen what those implementation plans will look like. But the other 3 schools have identified physical and mental health goals, which are being acted on even, this week.
And those will be part of their individual school plans, and the district-wide is more broad. Okay, cool.
Follow up to her question. Well, I think it's about to address it. Follow up to her question. Are we only limited to the partners that's in that 4th theme, like Choptank Health for All Seasons and King County Behavior Center?
No, the partners are much broader than that. And
Okay.
so each specialist has an advisory group, that might not be the name of it, but it's a group that meets on a monthly basis with the community school coordinator. And if you're familiar with the setup that our Judy centers have, it's a very broad outreach.
Yes.
It includes everything from an area, perhaps connections with the library and the arts council and the economic, depends on who's in that community. They actually base it on what's called an asset map. So the community specialists have to develop an asset map across their community, and then they look at those resources and come together and bring them as part of their advisory group.
Is that an asset map posted somewhere?
So it's in each community school's plan once it's published. So we would be able to share with you, for example, Garnett's asset map. I think
Understood.
Flo, when Flo did her plan, she may have posted it up there, as well as Rock Hall has completed their asset map. The middle school, I think they just submitted it, so it's still under review, and we will see every school that's part of it.
All right, thank you.
I had a quick question about under goal 1, about absenteeism, the virtual attendance lessons, the Navigate 360 and Changing Perspectives. Are those like programs that kids do to talk about that, or are those like virtual classes, or what is that?
I think it's a combination. The school counselors, under the direction of Dr. Walker and Student Services, do push in lessons. At the high school, I think they've sort of innovated a little bit. They have drop-in Fridays, they have a lunch bunch. So they have a lot of different ways that they provide those, that instruction. But generally, as a district, what we see is the counselors do push in lessons on a particular schedule. The Changing Perspectives is a partner that we have who, I don't know what his schedule is. I do know that he was at the high school at some point recently because I saw him while I was there. A gentleman who does those lessons and provides that support to students. So it's a variety of ways that those services are provided to students.
And virtually too? Or is that what it's saying?
So,
Okay,
so
cool.
those are Navigate 360. There's a whole host of services available there, depending on what the need is, whether we're trying to support a student to improve attendance, or if there's like a tobacco violation. I know they have lessons in there about the harmful impacts of use and things like that. So there is a whole host of services that students can take advantage of virtually.
And I will say the stuff that's been going on at the high school, I think it's been cool. The raffle and the award ceremony we had, I wasn't able to go to it, but I think like just showing that attendance is important and getting recognized for it. I think it's new now, so kids are sort of like, what's going on? That's sort of the vibe I got from my friends. But I think if we keep saying, yeah, you're doing well, like this is good, like just acknowledging something, I don't know. I think it needs to build momentum, but I like what's been going on. So
Agreed. I know the Jordan giveaway got people attention for sure. I know that for a fact.
I think to conclude, I would just celebrate the 5 community school coordinators that we have. It's a very powerful group, and to get them all into the same place to work on a plan like this, it was really impactful to see that. So it's exciting to think what we'll see moving forward with the implementation of that particular.
And ask those 5 individuals, how can the Board of Education and the superintendent support them?
And you, Tom did mention, but Christina Bender has been instrumental as well.
Yes.
She has been a fabulous partner and has great knowledge in the appropriate ways to spend the funding. It's good teamwork.
And how often do you think the board will get to hear like updates on progress with the plan?
So we did bring in the spring of last year. I think each time the plan is developed, we will bring you any new updates. And also our specialists like to share with you the celebrations that they do. In the past, we've done it once a year. Whatever you decide with Dr. McComas, we'd be happy to share.
I'm happy to think about how to space them out so that we kind of get a chance to, tonight we were looking at the whole, pieces of the individual schools, and celebrations. So I'll think about how to fold that in.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
All righty, administrative services. Is that you? Our new
New official.
full-time financial officer, Mr. Kirby?
All right. Good evening, President McGee, Dr. McComas, members of the board. As always, my first presentation tonight is our monthly revenue expenditure report as of November 30th. So first off, as always, is our cash receipts. So at this point in the year, we've received about $19.1 million as of November 30th. And then moving right into expenditure report. For our current expense fund, we are at about 63% utilized so far for this year. So we've got about 11 million left as remaining balances between encumbrances and other expenditures so far for the year.
Historically, is that kind of where we've been at this time of the year?
It's actually a little under.
Okay.
So. I
You
think this
mean
time
under,
last year-
we haven't spent as much as we
Exactly.
have?
So
Okay,
we were a
I
little
got you.
higher this time last year. So it's a.
Is that because
good
we've
trend.
got less money to spend and we're being a little more
No, actually,
cautious? Or
our total is a little higher expenditure wise this year
Okay.
compared to last year, just in our raw numbers. So, that's not the reason.
Okay.
So it's a good trend overall. So we're hoping it stays that way and wintertime doesn't bring us unforeseen circumstances with
Sewer
weather and
bills.
things of that nature to our buildings. So.
Sewer bills.
yeah,
You better hope not.
So next up is our school construction fund, which, as you see, has about 14,000 worth of expenditures so far this year. At this point, we're not expecting quite probably to get to that 2.2 million. So we'll have an adjustment at some point here, just because, with the current plan of the middle school being pushed back a little bit, we're not going to probably utilize as much funding for FY26 as we were originally anticipating when budget season was around last spring.
Question with that is, that funding, that 2.2 million, one of those things where you use it or lose it?
No, this will be a rolling figure from the state and from the county. So this is not a situation where we risk losing it if we don't use this 2.2 million this year. It would just roll into FY '27 and then into FY '28 essentially. All right, next up is our food service fund. So at this point this year, we're about 67%, with about 1.15 million expenditures and encumbrances so far, which is also, pretty in line with where we typically are this time of the year. And then finally, our restricted funds. As you can see, our budgeted amount keeps changing a little bit each month because as grants continue to come in for FY '26, we'll continue to update this. So right now, we're at about 31% of our funding remaining. As you said, this is kind of a moving figure as we go about the year. So it'll come a point where it's set in stone, but at this point, there are still some programs through the state that are constantly changing and coming in and adjustments. So I think that's pretty much everything for this month. It is for information only, but I did want to just put it out there or just ask the board, if there's anything different that you would like to see on a month-to-month basis or anything that can help your understanding, and it doesn't have to be answered this moment, but if you can just think about that for me, so that way, I can look into other ways to present this information to make it, useful and helpful for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right, next up is a sole source justification. So recently our Kent County Middle School radio system unfortunately gave out on us. So the reason we're bringing this for sole source is because it is above that $5,000 threshold where we're typically supposed to get at least 2 or at least 3 quotes from vendors. But since this was deemed an emergency type situation, we are able to forego, the getting multiple quote process. But in lieu of that, we fill out one of these sole source justification forms. So that way, in case, in our next audit, when that
I
comes
was going to
around.
say, just make sure that the Ts are
Exactly.
crossed and Is are dotted, because
Yeah.
they did mention that.
Exactly. And this was one of those where they wanted to see more board approval for these sole source justifications. So that's why moving forward, you're going to see these anytime we have them, we're going to get board approval just to make sure all of our Is are dotted and Ts are crossed.
If it's above 5,000.
If it's above 5,000, correct.
Let me ask this question. If it's 5,000 or under, can we still get like a notice of just information, maybe like in a closed session agenda, like this was used, da-da-da-da-da?
Sure, we can provide.
That way,
Should
so we
not be
can-
in closed session, any
Oh, any
contract,
session.
yeah, we don't want to do that
Open
behind the,
session, yes.
yeah.
Sure,
So at least we can
make
say we're
mention of
doing
it.
our due diligence and we're knowledgeable, since they did kind of ting us a little bit on that.
Sure. We can make mention of any kind of emergency type purchases that we've had to do.
I'm just curious a little bit more about how the radios are used. I guess, because I saw the direct line, or I don't know, some type of line outside of the school grounds. I just trying to understand.
So as my understanding, it's an internal communication between administrators and staff, like walkie-talkies essentially.
Okay.
So it is just an internal communication system. So my understanding, it's not anything from outside coming in, it's just internal use.
And I guess the reason I'm asking is just because I work at a school where we have a behavior team and everyone has to communicate at that level too. I mean, very used to walkie-talkies, and I don't know what they spent. That just seems very expensive if it's just an in-house walkie-talkie kind of thing.
I believe this actually does reach farther than just inside the building. I know Mr. Buckle and I had conversations about its capacity to reach for emergency services support. But I can get back to you with more details on that than Mr. Kerber I have this evening.
I'm curious to go, because of that. So when did the system go down, so to speak? Or are they limping along, or
It's
they just
limping
think,
along. It's
they
limping.
think it's getting ready to?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
limping along, and it was, when I was there in the month of November quite a lot, it became clear to me that it really was limping along.
Okay.
Mhm.
And how long would it, I see the vendor is just out of Dover.
Yep.
How long would it take us to get the replacements?
I believe they might already be here. I mean, I think we've already given them the purchase order. So that way they could go and get them ordered. so
Even
they
though we
should
didn't
be-
give the approval?
Well,
It's putting the order in.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're allowed to go and place a purchase
Yeah,
order.
they're just waiting to fill the
Correct.
box and send it to us.
Exactly.
Okay, I got you.
Exactly, so they're
Yeah.
just waiting on us to give them the official go-ahead.
Are
but
they the vendor that we bought the existing system
I
from?
believe so, but we buy most of our radio systems from them. I know all of our bus radios are
Okay,
from
and that,
Magnum.
the high school,
What's
has,
that?
the high school has the same setup
As far as
they
I
do?
know of.
Okay, yeah.
Yep.
I do agree with Laura to the point about it being expensive, especially when if we can't break down exactly what that communication is needed. If it's just walkie-talkies, it'd be like, how many walkie-talkies we really need?
I think it's part of like more of a transmission. I will get you more details. I think Mr. Kirby and I aren't the technical experts on that.
Understood.
But we can get that for you.
And-
It wasn't just a matter of like, I need another half dozen walkie-talkies. There was more of some of the infrastructure transmission requirements needed.
And I'm assuming that it's needed because of safety and other issues, just with the
Absolutely.
Or
fear.
if you need immediate
Of
response
communication.
and things like that, yeah.
Let me ask this, if we've been working with Magnum Electronics for a while, what's up with like the warranties of things like this? So it's not an emergency. Is anything like that in place?
They typically come with a standard 1-year warranty type program, that they replace them if anything happens, or if they go out of service within a year, then we can typically get a replacement directly.
I will, I mean, and I know, just as I'm sitting here thinking more deeply about the conversations I had. So for example, I know Mr. Bucko and I talked about like, we have some walking field trips in town, and the teachers will be able to take that and have direct communication. So like if they're down, I know they go down and do water samples as part of the science programs, they can have direct communication back. So I do know it goes beyond just the walls of the building. But
That's what you
I
meant
will
by
get
outside
more
of
of
the
the
building,
details
yes.
for you with the technical piece. I know we also talked about why our ones that we have that are limping along don't extend that far, and what the issue is with the transmission piece of that. So believe you me, Mr. Buckle gave me the whole lowdown, half of which I, was translating in my head as we walked through, but I will get you a more written detail about that.
Yes.
My pleasure.
So are we in a position to, I know this is brought to us tonight for approval, so I'll throw it out there and we'll see what happens. Administration recommends approval, oh, sorry, I'm on the wrong thing right here. Okay. Recommends approval to award the Kent County Middle School radio replacement to Magnum Electronics in the amount of $15,489.45, recognizing this is a sole source contract because of the extenuating circumstances of the emerging need for that and our history of working with this vendor.
I bring a motion to approve the requested amount for replacement radios to Magnum Electronics.
Alrighty, Mr. Queen has the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Ms. Dorsey seconded. Is there any more discussion?
Yes, I do want that contingency of after this approved, doesn't have to be right away, but I definitely would like to know exactly what this is
Absolutely.
and how it's used.
Alrighty. Anybody else have anything to say? You okay? I call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. It's unanimous. Alrighty. Moving on to the comprehensive maintenance plan approval.
All right, next item before you is our 2025 comprehensive maintenance plan. Just to give you a kind of a quick overview, a lot of the data inside the plan is a rolling data. It's similar, verbiage used year to year.
Similar to the facilities master
Similar
plan,
to,
where
to the facility master plan.
the real crux of it was in the first couple of things, and everything else was just a historical narrative,
Yep.
right? Okay.
Yep, exactly. So, and I believe that there is an executive summary for you on pages, I think it's 29 to 32 of that document, that essentially gives you the quick rundown of the important items that we're looking at from a maintenance standpoint. So just to kind of highlight a few of those things and what our most pressing needs are maintenance-wise right now, they are definitely the Wharton Elementary School boiler system, our HVAC control system for Kent County High School, Galena Elementary School, and Garnett Elementary School. and then the repaving for the Kent County High School parking lot. So those, essentially the main premise of the plan is to report to the state what our most pressing needs are from a facility standpoint, outside of our much larger, new school type projects, but these are kind of smaller, year-to-year projects that are ongoing, to kind of give them a heads up of some areas that we could really use some assistance from a funding standpoint. So this gets reported to the state of Maryland, and they, on a year-to-year basis, meet with us to go over the plan and help us kind of work through potential funding solutions for these items.
I just had a few questions. I can't remember what page, but it talked about, I guess, the previous year there were acts of vandalism that occurred and there was expensive. Can we just get more information about that?
Sure.
I'll get more of that for you.
And then on Appendix G, it states that Garnett's last roof replacement was 2015, but then further down the row, it looks like something happened in fiscal year 22 to 23. And so I'm just wondering, what is the correct date of the roof replacement?
It was 2015. Was the
Can
last
you-
full replacement.
Okay. So was it just repairs in fiscal year 22?
Yeah, it would have just been repairs, yep.
Okay. And I know this, and maybe this is just me, just not knowing the history. I mean, it said Rockwell Elementary was constructed in 1915.
Correct. The actual, there is a piece of that building that was constructed in 1915.
Okay.
It's crazy.
Are we talking about the current Rock Hall Elementary School that was
Correct.
built as Rock Hall High School?
Correct.
Okay.
There is, it's a very small piece of it, but there is technically a piece of that school
I'm looking
that
at Miss
was-
Manley's face because she's from Rock Hall.
Yep.
Repeat the Wharton, what's needed at Wharton again? The boiler or the roof?
It's the boiler. The roof's a
but
different
the-
issue. That's coming up in its own item.
Okay.
Yeah.
The most pressing internally is the boiler system.
Okay.
Yep. There's two boilers that operate, the system there. One is down and the
Yeah, I
other
think
is
I know when I
pretty old.
walked through that building, Mr. Bish made a big deal of, I don't even know if they make the replacement
They don't.
parts and,
Yep.
and yeah, it's being held together by a rubber band and chewing gum, isn't it? Yeah, yeah.
And question about the high school pavement, would that be the entire parking lot or just that one part when you make the left that's kind of like?
the most immediate need is obviously at the front entrance, and then the main, what I would call the main parking lot area, the one
Yeah.
that leads to the back playing fields.
Yeah.
But
I
certainly
thought
the
I
whole
saw
parking lot needs it,
Mr.
but-
Kennard about a week ago, Jim Buck, filling that big pothole that's the
Yeah.
size of a kiddie pool right there at the entrance. Yeah, okay, yeah,
Yeah, the entrance and the main
And
parking lot
then
are
that
both
left
of
is
those
rough.
yeah.
immediate needs.
Yes.
All righty. So I'm looking for approval of the 2025 Comprehensive Maintenance Plan. I need a motion for that?
Let me ask one question. before
Absolutely.
the motion. I didn't really see much in this about the middle school, or did I just didn't pay attention?
That's because the plan for the middle school in the original facilities assessment that they did, the middle school was in such dire shape overall
That we
it's
need
more
to do.
costly to patchwork it repairs as opposed to a full comprehensive new building. It's
Yeah.
more cost effective for a new building.
And I just want to state again that the IAC initially said they would not support that kind of work because it was cost prohibitive. So, all righty.
With that being said, how can we still prepare? Let's just say the worst comes to worst and we don't get a middle school. Should this be something we should think about still addressing as like a, I don't even want to use the word plan B because we really don't have.
There
a
is no plan B.
Yeah.
There isn't, no, there isn't, because even in the facilities, it was never intended to put the middle school at the current Wharton facility. That
Correct.
location, but even in that plan, it was a knockdown Wharton, as it currently is, and
Yeah.
build a new building there. So the plan is a new building.
Understood.
And I just, with all due respect, just because there's people who think it's just that, just send the kids there.
Yeah.
And I want to be absolutely clear where we stand and why we stand where we stand. That decision to have a new building is not an option. It is the need.
Correct.
So, sorry.
That's okay.
No, I
Pull
think it,
myself back in there.
I think it needed to be elaborated.
I stay up get down.
Elaboration, yes.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
All righty, so back to this. We're looking for, the administration recommends approval of the 2025 comprehensive maintenance plan. I need a motion.
I bring a motion to approve the 2025 comprehensive maintenance plan.
Mr. Queens made the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Ms. McKenzie, second. Is there any other comments or questions or anything?
I want to reiterate, there is no plan B.
All righty, we'll get a
Thank
chance
you.
to say that in a minute, I think. All righty, I call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Ms. Swanson?
Aye.
The ayes have it, it's unanimous. All righty, the Wharton Elementary School Bus Depot roof repair.
Thank you. So I just want to clarify, originally I put this in as an approval and in conferring with everybody involved, it's really an information item. So this also, if you recall, over the summer when we had our joint meeting with our Board of County Commissioners, the roof at Wharton came up because in late June, I think it was, perhaps early July, two of our county commissioners at separate times came to take tours of the Wharton Elementary School. The county had about, I think, almost 2 years ago, had originally approached the Board of Education about using the Wharton building potentially for a location for Board of Elections. And so what we all agree is that with some significant improvements, that building is not beyond repair, right? The middle
The
school.
date was June 13th, and I have the photos to prove it.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. And so, fast forward to July, we had our joint meeting with the commissioners at our middle school related to the middle school discussion. In that, the roof of Wharton building came up, and that evening, President McGee and I myself attended the county commissioners' regularly scheduled meeting, and they indicated that they all are supportive of replacing the roof at the Wharton building because we know whether it's used for the school system or it's used for the county board of elections, that the county as a whole has needs, and it's more financially prudent to repair the roof so that we don't experience further deterioration of that facility. And so I know it's Mr. Kirby has assisted me in getting a preliminary idea of the cost, and we're taking that to our Board of County Commissioners next Tuesday in their regularly scheduled evening meeting. So, Mr. Kirby, I'll just extend it to you if there's anything else you'd like to add. So we're going to go and let them know how much we think it's going to cost and try to move forward with putting things in place to get that roof fixed.
Sure. I think you covered most of it pretty well. Just to kind of give everybody an idea of a timeline potential. This is considered a pretty small roofing project by the industry anyway.
Would it be would it be the full
It would be a
roof?
full
Okay.
replacement. Yep, that's correct. So this could actually be done during the school year because it is a pretty small roof.
And we're not really displacing any students. That's one of the
Correct.
things Mr. Fithian made
Right.
note of.
Exactly. So since it's a fairly unoccupied building for the most part, we can maneuver however we need to move people around with the bus depot and blended learning and the few things that are going on inside that building during the school year. So if we do get approval at some point in the near future, it could probably be a springtime 2026 project. And hopefully be finished, in the April-May timeframe, because coming from Garland, who is our roof manufacturer for the materials that we use.
Is that who did our high school roof?
Yes, they've done
Okay.
all of our roofing projects
Okay.
recently. Essentially, they said that they can kind of knock this out before doing larger summer work because it is a smaller project for them. So it's an ideal timeline for us to not even have to worry about waiting for summertime as is normal for roofing projects.
Go ahead, I've got some questions, but you ask yours
Yeah,
first.
I think y'all searching through the numbers, but on public record, didn't the county commissioner say it's like $2 million?
That's what the figure they threw out, yeah.
Yeah,
Now,
that's
let me
pretty,
with
pretty
this-
accurate.
With this to follow up, are we lowballing or do we want a golden plated roof? Since we ain't footing the bill.
This will be a typical industry standard roof that we use on all of our buildings.
All right.
So it'll have our standard specifications that we use on all building projects.
All right.
Okay, so his question makes me, go ahead, Ms. Dorsey, go ahead.
How long, generally do the last roofs stay?
30 years is what their warranties are typically for. Around here, they usually last a
It's
little
another
longer
flat,
than that. So,
it's another flat roof, but
some
yeah.
will make it 50 years or so, but 30 is the industry
Yeah, roofs can
standard
go
for
30,
warranty
40.
work.
So this will be a project that the county will pay for?
Correct.
So do they pick the contractor or do we pick the contractor? I was wondering about the pay, who was gonna pay for it, because we didn't put anything like this on our capital improvement plan, which we sent in October.
Correct.
And I know this is a question you guys can't answer, but I'm gonna throw it out there. I don't want this to be another reason why they don't pay for the middle school. Well, we can't afford the blueprint and the middle school, and now we're gonna pony up 2 million for a roof. This is just 2 million more that we can't afford for a new middle school. I'm just saying, I don't want to hear that. I don't think anybody does, but I'm
Agreed.
prepared to hear that. I'm prepared to think that, because just for the purposes of clarification,
Right.
there is no
There
plan
is no
B.
plan B.
There, and also despite what became fake news after that meeting on July 15th with the commissioners, there is no plan to make that building the middle school or house some of the middle school students. The
Talk
plan
that
is
talk,
that it
Trish.
might be, we're getting ready to talk about it, it might be the central office, it might be part of the county for other things, but it is not going to be the new Kent County Middle School.
We
Correct.
repeat, there is no plan B.
I got you.
Right.
All righty.
Sometimes you just have to take what you can get from
All right, so this is for information only. Does anybody have any questions or anything they want to share? All righty, we will move to the proposal for the Wharton Building and the Rock Hall Central Office.
Thank you.
You could, Mr. There we go. So in relation to both the boiler that Mr. Kirby brought forward as part of our maintenance plan for Wharton, and then, of course, the roof replacement that we'll take to our county commissioners next week. In our work with our Board of County Commissioners in October, I know Commissioner Nickerson said, well, I want to know, how does Wharton fit in to all of this?
We're gonna answer that for him, sure.
And so, given that, and that's a fine question, I wanted to bring forward a vision for where does the Wharton Building fit into the work of Kent County Public Schools. As for the record, anyone who is unfamiliar, the former Wharton Elementary School currently serves as our transportation depot. Additionally, we do students who are in our Kent Blended Learning Academy KBLA program do check in with in-person instruction and support in that building like once a week. So they are used as a check-in location there in the former library location. And then Mr. Poor has a section of the building that we use to support our ever-growing extracurricular makerspace program. So again, students are not in the building full-time for instructional purposes. They're really, it's a check-in and then an extracurricular program. That's what it's currently used for. We do have numerous facility challenges with that building, the roof being one of them, the boiler being one of them. The internet connectivity in that building is very difficult. I know I've been in that building trying to have meetings, logging into meetings virtually, you can't get in, cell phone receptivity is difficult as well. And so there is a mold issue in parts parts of that building that we're constantly trying to work and get under control. So there's a lot that needs to happen at that facility. So what I would propose for the Board of Education's consideration is that our long-term plan here is to ultimately relocate our Board of Education and central office services to that location. Proposing that, one, because we could fit into that facility. It puts us within minutes of 60% of our schools. Right? You're across the parking lot from the high school. You are minutes away from the middle school and Garnett, and then you are equidistant, largely or more so, between our two elementaries at Galena and Rock Hall. You know, today, if there, God forbid, were an emergency at Galena, it's going to take, and I were here, it's going to take me a good half hour to get there. Whereas a Wharton location, I could get to either end much faster. And of course, I'd be minutes away, and our services and supports for those schools instructionally and for our business functions would be closer. It would also allow us greater proximity for community members, parents, students who want to attend our board meetings for public comment or any other special occasion like tonight. We recognize a lot of families and students here, or families came to for their students. So it is about as central as we can be. And so I'm proposing that in the long haul. So what would it take to get us, and if we do that, then I am also recommending, once we occupy an updated Wharton building as a central office and Board of Education, that then we surplus this current facility back to Kent County government, which may support them in some of their needs. So we know that they identified they're trying to find a more economical solution for where their Board of Elections is located. I know I think it was a July meeting, Ms. Merritt had listed off, maybe it was an August meeting, listed off several offices or facilities that the county government currently pays rent for.
Yeah.
And if they could find ways to alleviate that rent burden, that would then free up some funds for other services in the county. So I would offer that by surplusing this facility back to the county government, that may support some of the other broader needs across Kent County that the government agencies need. So let's see. What would be involved in this? Well, one, the roof, right, which we talked about separately because we know seems to be general understanding that the roof is the key to making sure that there's not further deterioration. Develop a plan to upgrade the building to the specifications we would need to be able to host the Board of Education meetings there, to make sure that appropriate office space with connectivity is in place, that the heating HVAC system is up to par. And so we would need to contract with an architect to do a design and engineering plan to our specifications. So that would be one step of that. Then, of course, getting the funding to do the facility upgrades. And then, of course, organizing and whatever the cost is to move the central office and Board of Education to a new location and get set up. And then the final step then would be to do the procedure to surplus this building back. So I know that there's multiple phases, but it is a proposed vision of where to go. And each of these would take their own kind of focus work on it. And then I'll just offer to my partner here, Mr. Kirby, if you have anything to add to this for the benefit of the board.
Sure. Yeah, the process would be to have an architect essentially design it for us. I want to thank Mr. Poor because he's already kind of put together a couple different plans that kind of show that we can make that work inside that building. So just from him doing that, that'll also alleviate some of the need with the architects and save us some money just off that. But then essentially, they would do their design. We would then go out to bid for contractors to come do the work. Speaking with, an architect today, they think it would be a 12 to 18 month process essentially, from bringing the architect on to final completion and relocation from here to that building.
and I would say, just to be clear, we would maintain the transportation depot at that facility, so that team would stay there to do their work. We would also maintain the ability to support KBLA and also the ability to maintain supporting the Makerspace program there as well. So we would not be displacing anything that's there. We would just be optimizing the usage of that building. And then it would additionally, you know, with us having, if we were to surplus this facility, that's one less building that we need to heat and pay electricity for and pay for grounds maintenance. So in our own way, that's also streamlining our cost.
How
cost
do
avoidance.
you anticipate? It's not gonna sound right, but it's not meant with any agenda. How are we gonna pay for it?
Right. Well, I think that one, we need to figure out what the cost would be,
Yeah.
and then we could work through the strategy, because it doesn't really qualify for state support, so it's a local project.
Yeah,
So
so I
this would
wondered-
have to be all part of like that long-term plan. Again, that's why this is going to happen tomorrow.
No, I know.
But for me to start moving in that direction, I need to know if that's agreeable or not to the board, and is that something the board would support?
Let me ask this question. So, like I'm looking up here at the 5, you know, possible different entities or parts that'll take place to make all this a reality. Like we see the repair for the roof. Well, we know we're not paying for that. But you just said it's a local, local meaning we have to go to our county commissioners and ask them for money for this.
That's correct.
This gonna sound sarcastic, but why should we believe that support's gonna come without the headache we're going through now with just something like the middle school? Like what on the outside? Because I feel like, let's keep it 100, because they ain't been here in a while, so I ain't got to talk. We've kind of done everything we need to do on our end to not only educate and discuss why we need some of these things, but then we're following everything that the county commissioners and the state is telling us to do. And here we are again, have to come to them to ask them for something. Well, the last time we went for them for something, they kind of, I'm gonna say ignored us. They went through the, you know, the hula hoop a couple of times, but how confident are we if we make this decision that they're gonna be there to support that?
I don't know. I mean, I think for me, it's more mutually beneficial. I mean, I think they would see the benefit to our students and families, given, you know, they've been talking about wanting a central location. I mean, I know that there were other ideas for how to use the important space, but this is still benefiting schools, benefiting students and families, but then benefiting the county as well. So I think there's a lot of reasons why.
I agree, but will they see it as a benefit?
I think so.
I think what we are offering in this proposal is this facility
To them,
turns back to them, right? So they are getting a gain out of this proposal. And it's optimizing, I think, to me, one of the aspirations, big aspirations I hear in the different conversations with the commissioners, rather it was, because does the Wharton building become where we put the Board of Elections or not? Is this idea of we have many needs for services across the county, and how are we optimizing public buildings for those services? And I understand that. I certainly understand that. And so, to me, this is a more efficient model for us as a school system, and it allows us to surplus this facility back to county government, and then they can choose what's the optimal way to use this facility. Is it to rent it to the town of Rock Hall? Is it to
They can decide whatever
house
they
the
want,
Board of Elections and
speak.
any other offices that perhaps this,
Yeah.
they need to reduce their rental cost on? I don't know. I mean, I think it would
No,
be
I
up to
agree with
them to
everything you're
figure
saying.
out,
I agree.
what would be the best way to use this to support.
Do you, I don't know, this could happen. I don't want it to happen, but I don't know what the threshold would be, but is there, don't say I know what it is, but I'm wondering if there's a ceiling where we'll say beyond that, it's cost prohibitive. We would never, ever be able to afford that. And then do we revert back to I'm
Right,
using
yeah.
what just happened at the commissioners with the
Sure,
detention center,
sure.
where they,
Right,
you know,
right.
they voted for something and then 3 months
Right.
later, they changed their mind.
It was a
Right.
quick
So,
turnaround.
yeah, I'm just saying that, you know,
Yeah.
I can't imagine we all don't agree that this makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
It's a lot of work for that building, and I'm just thinking to myself, what if the price tag comes in at $50 million? You
Right.
know, and we decide that's just not possible.
Right. Well, I would just offer that, and that's a
Yeah,
possibility,
but
right?
you're asking us to give you, if I understand you correctly, to give you the approval to explore, to see,
What-
you know,
right.
what this would play out to be.
Right, that would be like that next block, right?
Right, yeah.
But with the idea of I'm doing that with this bigger, bigger
The
vision.
long-term strategic plan.
Right, and at the end of the day, we can't relocate there until it's appropriate. Like,
Correct.
until
Well, I
it
know,
be in
yeah.
the readiness, and which
Yeah.
means, like, to your point, like, well, what would happen? Well, then we would stay where we are.
Yes.
But I think at the end of the day, it's, do we as a school system need both these facilities?
No.
You're right, and then, so, but we know it's not sensible to relocate transportation here, because that would just add more gas mileage.
Correct.
And so, it's
Not
not,
to be sarcastic, but there's nothing central about that.
right, on Central.
But we love you, Rocco. We love you, though.
Right, right.
We love you. No, I think it's a no-brainer, and it addresses some of the things we even heard with the earlier presentations about one of the complaints was no central locations. Well, the whole Board of Education and central office would be central now. And to the point about, in case you have to go to different schools, it's just a better location, period. And it also works better with community partnerships with the community center, which is a county institution sitting right there. I would say 100% of our sports happen right there. The kids be better off coming, you know, right after school from high school, maybe hanging around at the community center and then going into sports right at the Wharton Field. It's a no-brainer, so I'll bring the motion because I'm ready. I already know what
Well,
I'm
let's see
putting on
if
this.
anybody else, we'll get to that, but is there anything else somebody wants to flesh out before I ask for a motion? Ms. Dorsey? Anything you want to add or question?
I just wanted to, I mean, obviously you wouldn't be bringing this up unless it was possible, but having all of those, the makerspace and the blended learning program and the stuff that's already there, plus the central office, like, is there enough room for it to not feel congested? Like, I don't really have a good sense of how big the building is, I guess, but, and I don't have a sense of how
Well,
much of this
everything but
building
the
is-
central office is in there. The three of those components are in there already. The bus depot, the
Yeah.
makerspace, and the blended learning are already in there.
Yeah.
There's adequate
Space that's
space to
not
have,
used can-
right?
Yeah, the space that's not used there, once it's fixed and got up to code where we can move in, the space here can fit right in that place.
It can.
It's yes, it's like putting a
I
missing
do
piece in a
feel
puzzle.
that we can fit in. We have a very lean central office,
Yeah.
and I do absolutely
It's
believe
gotten leaner since
we
moved in.
occupied here.
Yeah.
I think that we could very much fit in there. We just need to get it up to snuff. And then again, you know, turn this over for other services that the county may need. But
So I've got a question before I ask, call for the motion. So that we talked about the repair of the roof, the next thing, which is the plan. What's your timetable to start moving to part B on that?
right, well,
Because you've got nothing else to do.
It should be 2027.
just like, you know,
By
move
2027.
achievement.
Yeah.
And get everybody to come to school, right?
Yeah. And
Step
a brand new
one, step
building,
one,
and a
everybody
brand new
come to
middle school,
school.
other than that, yeah.
Yeah, I think, again, I'll ask Mr. Kirby to chime in. I think,
Well, it
you know,
sounds like a little bit with Mr. Ford, having done a little bit of the legwork, right?
right,
Okay.
we have a vision of how we would like to occupy the space in terms of which offices will be located where. That's, you know, we sort of have a sense of that. It's a matter of really, again, the architect helping us understand how to convert the classrooms into offices appropriately. And so that's where I was going to say, Mr. Kirby, if you could kind of share with us, given your experience in these matters, what your timeline you think for the second part of developing a plan.
So actually, next Tuesday, we're going to have an architect come and take a look at the building. so that way they can start to formulate just an idea of what kind of costs we'd be looking at from a design perspective. Once they have an idea of, the building layout currently and some of the items that we've spoken about that need addressing inside that building, they can essentially formulate a cost analysis for their services plus what they anticipate construction costing.
When?
And then that can be used to kind of provide to the county so that they
I
can
was
make
gonna
their
say,
decision.
when does the conversation, in which one of those slides up there, does the conversation start with the commissioners? I can see them next Tuesday, once you get into the roof discussion, then bringing
gonna-
this up.
right.
Especially when it'll be timely, since you've already met with the architect, so.
Yes.
You'll be prepared to
Yes.
answer whatever you can.
Whatever we can, and that's part of why I'm bringing this evening, because
Okay.
it was not lost on me when Commissioner Nickerson said, well, what's Wharton, where does that fit into this whole plan? And so he asked a question, I want to answer the
Okay.
question to the extent that I can, but I wouldn't do that without speaking with all of you first.
Gotcha.
And so that's,
Alrighty.
we'll have more details on that next possible step.
One last comment before the vote. When we moved there, or at least with the architect and pre-phase of kind of seeing what construction is, are we thinking about the community and like having it be an inviting space for community members to want to come attend meetings, to want to come maybe talk to the central office about their issues or things of that nature? Are we thinking about that, or are we just looking at it as that's where we're going to do our 9 to 5?
Well, again, if you look at the first bullet under rationale, meetings will be more accessible for all communities within Kent County. So I think the entire intention of that is to make it a more accessible and welcoming place. I mean, the facility of a board, the setup you need for a board meeting is the setup you need for a board meeting. But I think the culture of how you use the space addresses exactly what you're saying in terms of belonging and welcoming quality. So, but I just want to highlight that was the first bullet.
I got you.
Community.
Alrighty, so the administration recommends approval of the Board of Education office and the central office services being relocated to the Wharton Building upon completion of appropriate facility repairs. I am looking for a motion for that.
One last question, and it actually has to do with the approval part.
Okay.
The part where it says upon completion of the appropriate facility repairs. I feel like the central office needs to be there regardless. So would it be contingent on it being up to par like that? So let's say it's not on us to make it up to par. If that
Well,
makes
we
sense. then
can't,
it
we
falls on
can't
the
move
county.
in there, I mean,
Right.
it's not suitable for us to move in there now.
Yeah, there are sections of that building where the mold, we have it blocked off because the ventilation's not appropriate. So that's what I'm trying to say there is we're not moving until it's appropriate conditions, working conditions.
Okay.
Because
Did that answer-
my
did that
fear would
answer
be
the
some people
question?
would have us relocate
Right
when,
now,
when
and
like
it's
those
not-
HVAC, the heating system's not working. We've got, the HVAC ventilation challenge in some parts of the building.
And then there are other things like toilets that were built for kindergarten.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
I'm not going to that bathroom.
Right.
Trust me.
So there's work that must be done before we occupy it as the central offices and the Board of Education location.
And you said this would be a 12 to 18 month process from the architect to the building.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Gotcha. All righty. Anything else, Mr. Queen? You feel good? Okay, I'm looking for a motion.
I bring a motion to approve the request for the Board of Education office and central office be relocated to Wharton upon completion of appropriate facility repairs.
All righty, Mr. Queen's made a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Ms. McKenzie's made a second. Is there any other discussion or questions for Dr. McComas? I call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Ms. Dorsey? Aye. Ms. Swanson? I couldn't remember your last name for a second. All righty, it is unanimous.
Shall I call you regional champ?
All right. Well, we're moving on to board discussion. Ms. Swanson, I'll start with you.
Thank you,
Okay?
everyone. Thank you, Mr. Kirby.
Yes, thank you, girl.
I don't really have a lot to say. I did want to shout out the addition of the driver's ed class to the KCHS course catalog this spring. I just heard about it.
Tell me about it. I haven't heard about it.
That's sort of all I've heard about it, but I'm excited. It was up in the email, looking at Miss Hemstetter.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's great. Because there were two around here, and one of them just closed, and I think one just opened in maybe Chestertown, but it's really great for kids who don't have transportation access or the money to afford it, because driver's ed is expensive, like,
Yes, it is.
yeah. So I'm just really happy that KCHS recognized this opportunity to help with students and addressed it. So thank you.
Nice.
Yeah, may I just add a little? So I thank you, Ms. Hemstetter, for working with us because it is funded, just so everyone knows, through a grant from the Maryland State Department of Education. And it's sustainable funding because there was legislation passed last year, and so it will be renewable. I was just in conversations on Friday at PZAM with other local superintendents around it because in addition to our initial grant request I just signed off today, we received additional money. There was originally funding allocated for each school system in the state to participate. Not all school systems participated, so they took the leftover money and dispersed it out to those of us who did apply. And I just want to final comment, just so everybody knows it's sustainable, to my understanding at this point. And
When you say sustainable, you mean renewable?
it is renewable,
Okay.
so it's not like one of those grants that like you get for 3 years and then
Right,
good
I
luck to
got
you.
you.
Like, my understanding is the way the legislation is, this is going to be like a long-term funded
Okay.
grant opportunity, but you do need to apply every year, so
Mm-hmm.
we will. And then I just want to say, in our community conversations last year, this specifically was a request that came up at multiple community conversations from
Mm-hmm.
parents and students, and so I'm happy for us to be able to have heard what people were saying would be beneficial, find the funding to support that. I want to thank Mr. DeVilio, who caught the grant in it was like a late July, early August memo from the state when everybody was focused on other things, and he caught it and brought it to me and helped us make sure we didn't drop that ball, just because he knew from those community conversations that this was something parents were saying is a need. And so I'm happy that we were able to deliver on that, and just for everybody to sort of see how all those pieces came together. So
Nice, very nice.
Community conversation still yielding results.
Mr. Queen?
So,
Oh, sorry. You still
just a
talking?
quick question, because this is my first time hearing about it.
Yeah.
When
It's
would
new to me
parents
too,
be
yeah.
informed, how
yeah.
kids
Did you say it
don't-
went out
My
Miss
daughter told me.
Hemstetter's Sunday message? Is that what?
Yeah, the email.
Yeah, it was.
So you
It
should
was
have
my
gotten
daughter
that.
told me.
Do you get her Sunday message?
Everybody
Yeah.
knows.
It
Yeah.
was in a list of many things.
Yeah, so you might, yeah.
I saw it and I was like, ooh. So, but it wasn't like,
Yeah.
Okay.
there wasn't a section.
And it's really getting set up for second semester?
Yeah.
Is that correct, Ms. Hempstead?
Working through plans for a way to have it into the second semester, so maybe
Okay. I just wanted to say, I didn't know a whole lot about it, and I still really don't, so I'm gonna go back and try to look up that message. But my grandson had texted me and he was happy because he had passed the test to get his permit. He just has to take it down to the motor vehicles to get his picture. So he was really excited about that, and I didn't think a whole lot about it. I said, I guess it was just something that they came to the school and allowed them to do because I didn't know a lot about it, but I'm glad to know that it's a program that you acquired a grant for it to help out because it is expensive.
Thank you.
Mr. Queen?
I don't have a lot. I will say this to Dr. McComas, because I hear a lot from students and families, and I actually called and emailed you about some personal things where community members were kind of asking me the right direction to point them into. I will say this, in leadership, a lot of times leaders don't listen. They too busy giving out delegating stuff and talking about what people should be doing, but I would say personally in the last 30 days, because I have ears and eyes everywhere, I appreciate your empathy that you're actually displaying in the community. A lot of times when you have leaders who aren't from the community who come here, and I'm one of them, you're not always empathetic to the locals and to the natives and to what they want to say, because we have our own ideas of what should be done. And I think over the last 30 days, you kind of shown that. A lot of people were confused about what it might look like as far as a superintendent really in the trenches or the school system, so to speak, supporting staff, especially with some of the things that happened over the last 30 days. So I just want you to know I'm paying attention to that type of leadership, and I commend you on it. If nobody patted you on the back on it, it was needed and appreciated.
Well, thank you, Mr. Payne. I appreciate it. I come with a servant heart, and I don't just say that to sound, whatever. It is true. Like, I come to serve, and you can't serve if you don't hear and listen to what people need. And while I may not always be able to deliver on what they need, it's not for want of trying to figure out how to meet that need. So thank you. I appreciate the pat on the back. Thanks.
Alrighty. That was nice, thank you. Ms. Dorsey?
I don't have a whole lot to say.
Ms. Dorsey, can you do me a favor and pull your microphone down, please? Thank you.
I don't have a whole lot to say on this evening, but I would like to take this time to, well, put it this way, we will not be back together again until 2026. So I just wanted to say to everyone that I pray that you have a Merry Christmas and a blessed and joyous and safe New Year.
Yes.
Thank
Enjoy
you.
that winter break, y'all. It's going to be deserved.
And that's all I have.
Ms. McKenzie?
Sure. I had the opportunity, I just wanted to, I had the opportunity to attend my first May Board of Directors meeting on the 22nd, and it was really informative. We did learn, and thank you for sending out the email to the board members that Milton was, so that was announced at the meeting, but, he had some people that he wanted to share with directly, and so we needed to wait for that to happen before sharing that information. And so, the board of directors will be looking for a new executive director, and that'll be a task that'll be happening over this next year. One thing that they did ask us to encourage all of our fellow board members on November 10th, Ann Smith sent out an email about Engagify. I don't know if you paid attention, but it's for all board members. It's a new platform that MABE has to manage information.
I don't think I got that, because I went back and looked at all of her emails from her, because I was worried that I'd missed something. I'll go back and look again. November 10th?
Yeah,
Okay.
if for some reason it's missed or you don't have it, because it is a new platform for all board members, and so you can get legislative updates that way. There's also ways, now, they do give a reminder that when it comes to event registration, that we should follow a protocol set by our board office when it comes to, but there is a way to register via that platform and then engage with other board members. And so it's just a new thing that they want all board members to create their profiles on Engagify. And so it's very easy to create your profile, and I just wanted to give that reminder.
What's it called, Engagify?
Engagify.
Engagify, I gotcha.
Gagify. FII.
Oh,
Engagify.
I
Yeah.
gotcha. Okay.
And then just in support of the band, I had the opportunity on Saturday to help sell hot chocolate and cider at the farmer's market on Saturday, and we'll be doing that the next couple Saturdays. So if you happen to come to the farmer's market on Saturdays, we'll be there, and the band does a great job
Playing
just
there
playing
for
and singing.
Santa, right?
Where?
Yeah, they're playing in front of Santa's house.
Yeah, we were right by Santa's house.
Okay.
And so, yeah, it's just, it's a nice thing they're doing the next couple Saturdays leading up to Christmas, and then of course looking forward to seasonal sensations. And,
Please come buy some hot chocolate.
yeah, and that is it.
I will say this about Milton. He right here, neighbor now. He right up the street.
Yeah.
So he's going to Chesapeake College.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. As what?
As vice president for a number of things, yeah. All right, so I've got two things. One is just following up on our meeting, I guess it was our November 17th workshop, what we voted to authorize you to seek the waiver.
Yes.
Have we heard from anybody, whether it was accepted or the time? Because My memory is that you thought they were going to we were being proactive, but you thought they were going to end up giving people more time to do that, right?
They did. So in their board meeting, was that just last week? I think it was. Okay, wow, 2/3. Wasn't that Thanksgiving? Just very recently, in their recent board, they did vote to extend the deadline or the timeline to submit a waiver. They extended it to March 1st.
Goodness gracious.
We, at that point, we were already,
Yeah.
we had our proposal, our waiver request finished because we were working against the December 1st timeline. So I think originally their timeline was October 1st and they moved it to December and now they've moved it to March. So we've submitted ours. We do not have a date yet in terms of I've requested, I would like us to go and speak with the AIB in person regarding our waiver because I think my intention is to continue to help the AIB understand the contextual implementation of the blueprint and how that varies school system to school system, and more specifically to help them understand how these things fall out for us as the smaller school system. And I don't think any paper waiver can do that, and we can answer questions in real time. I felt when we went to do our implementation conference with that, it gave us great opportunity to have real conversation with those members of the AIB. So we don't have a date yet, to my knowledge, Mr. Porter. The team will, we've sent in, the packet, but we're going to find we're applying also to have a time to come and talk to them in person about why.
Okay, and just, I'll try to make this brief so we can all get out of here, but also at the November 17th workshop, we had a discussion, Ms. McKenzie had asked for information, just discussion on the possibility of a board self-evaluation. So I did some follow-up. I reached out, first of all, to Mr. Nagel to see how many boards of education in Maryland do that. He was not able to answer that question for me. He sent me to Molly Young, who's been our facilitator for our last 2 retreats, and she couldn't quantify for that other than she said it seems to be more boards are moving that way. But what she said to me, and I've since talked to Mr. Queen, I've since talked to Ms. Dorsey, I've since talked to Ms. McKenzie, the only person I haven't caught up with was Mr. Rhodes, that the instrument, which is, Ms. McKenzie had attached to 2 possibilities. One was extremely labor intensive and very long, and the other one maybe was not really appropriate. Anyhow, Molly said, and I agreed with her, that the instrument is less important than the conversation that it generates. And our last 2, I think we all agree, and Alden was there too, our last 2 board retreats, I think, have been very successful for that very reason, for the conversation that it generated. So I feel like we're on the right course without doing anything. And as I talked to Ms. McKenzie, boards have the potential to change every 2 years because that's an election cycle. So what would you do? Change your instrument every 2 years? So I know it was just for information purposes, but I'm just saying, letting you know that I did follow up with the with what I thought was the appropriate people, and that I feel like we're moving in that direction with those last 2 retreats we've had, with the very honest, direct conversation. So in our own way, without saying we've been self-evaluating ourselves, I feel like we're moving in that direction. That's just my opinion, but it's board discussion and I can express my opinion. All righty.
Yeah, I mean, I think my hope with that after talking is that I would hope maybe our Board of Ed handbook would be something that maybe could be a more useful guide, where even if it's just ideas for questions to be asking.
Well, the MAIB, and as you and I spoke about this, MAIB orientation, if they're doing it correctly, and my MAIB orientation was 2 full days. They laid out a whole bunch of stuff, what you should expect as a board member, what you do as a board member. Your role as a board member is completely different than, we're policy, not procedure. We ask the questions why and why. Somebody else comes up with the how. And I think one of your points 2 weeks ago was that how can board members become more informed and educated? That's on a board member. You know, you want to know more information, and maybe this Engagify thing will help a little bit. But, you know, I mean, I think that's on every board member to help themselves be a better board member.
Yeah, and I would just counter with, I think more guidance, I think guidance is appropriate. I think if we can be more thoughtful for, you know, what leadership can look like, and the kinds of board level questions. I'm not suggesting at all that we're talking about the how, but very much focused on the why. And I think that certain evaluations are out there that provide thoughtful questions that when you're new to a position and how to get oriented. Yes, the MABE orientation is helpful. It's overwhelming. It's more helpful to have something visual to go back to that's more user-friendly than all of everything that's summed up within a day. It doesn't take it away personal responsibility to have a little bit more guidance with how to approach this position.
I'm wondering if self-evaluation isn't is the wrong
yeah.
word for it. I mean, reflection or whatever, because like I told you, my initial reaction when you brought it up 2 weeks ago was similar to his reaction when we had an audit. Like you're asking me to say whether I've done a good job or whether you've done a good job, and I'm not I don't know that I'm comfortable doing that. I'm more comfortable in what's come out of the last 2 retreats, the conversations that I think we've all been very on. I mean, I think about like I hope I'm not, we did it publicly, so I'm not putting you on the spot. But,
I'm an open book.
But Mr. Queen said, you know, I'm loud. He said, that's my culture, that's where I came from.
That's fact.
And it made me look at him in a completely different way. I mean,
It gave an understanding
Yeah,
of
yeah,
how my
yeah.
personality is.
so, anyhow, this is something we can
But let me-
continue to revisit.
Let me say this though, because I did watch, and I wasn't here to give feedback. I know you and I talked about it extensively. I agree with both points. I do agree it's up to the board member to educate themselves, because I think when you get into the need of saying, I need an assessment, or we should talk about the, not really the how or why, but like the task at hand, I think it's because people don't do their due diligence. Like even the last conference we went to for multiple days, some of them rooms I went into, it was Montgomery County doing most of the presentations. They specifically talked about what your job is as a board member, how and why you do it, and give you like ideas about it. But then I also agree with your point of, and I don't think a board assessment was the right terminology, but I agree with what you're saying on more information about the job, or kind of leading you into being a better board member, so to speak. So I don't think the conversation should go away, because I do think the things we do with Molly kind of address it, but maybe not in a way where it's turned into policy, procedure, or norms in a real visual or identifiable way, if that makes sense. So I do agree with
I think the most important thing is, and this is just me, is to talk, to have these conversations, you know? And that's kind of what, the word self-evaluation kind of just, I don't know, put me on the defensive is what it
because they're
did.
saying you're going to evaluate me on what I can say, or vice versa. I did tell Trish this, and I said publicly, the people who vote for you is ultimately who's going to be assessing what you do up here. If they like what you do, you'll run again or be in this seat again. And if not, because it's a different thing when you're an elected official, you know what I mean? In my opinion, I just think that's a different animal, because if I do a self-assessment, am I assessing all of you all or just myself? That's the part I was going to just ask you when we talked. Like, am I doing myself or am I doing the board as a whole? If you're doing yourself, I think you could do that on your own, and it'll reflecting how you conduct yourself on this side of the table. But if I'm doing the whole board, it's to the 2 models that you had put up. If I'm doing the whole board, it turns into my evaluation like I'm doing it on my superintendent. And I'm going to be honest, I'm going to be like, I don't want to do all that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I think
So
part of Laura's point was, and I don't disagree with it, it was more of an assessment of the board, how we can become a better board.
I agree with
As
that
opposed
100%.
to
though.
how can you be a better,
Yeah.
you don't want one board member telling another board member how to be better, but how we collectively as a board. Does that sound a little more what you were
I mean,
looking for?
that was my
Yeah.
motivation. I think going through this year and seeing all the documents, and I won't go on for long, but there's a lot of things that I wish had been laid out that I could have been paying attention to earlier. So that's one suggestion where like it would be nice in the handbook and say, here's the key documents
Yes.
that are going to be renewed on an annual basis.
I agree
That it
with
would have
that.
been helpful to have a guide to say, you can be looking at these things now, here's where to find them.
Agreed.
And then that way it doesn't feel like each month.
It's all brand new.
Correct. There would be at least, and again, that would be on me as an individual, like someone could say, this information's here, that would be on me to read it.
Yes.
But if it's not even available and it's month by month, kind of feeling blindsided by very bulky documents where if I could have at least started wrapping my head around them, it would have been helpful. And so, yeah, when I think of overall being able to function and get oriented faster, that's something I think could be helpful. And so that's one idea.
I agree with that
But it's just,
100%.
but yes, functioning.
But I don't think that's an assessment though. But I agree with your
No,
point.
no, but that's what I mean, like
Yeah.
what would help us function better overall?
Because that was one of my first things I
Yeah.
brought to attention when we started. I said, can we review, which we never got back to, by the way, reviewing the Board of Education handbook policy and going through those things, maybe line for line, and seeing what's needed, what's outdated, how can we improve on it. So to that point, I agree with that. But it's whatever the board discuss and want to do. But I agree with both points. I do think we're robust conversating, having a board. I do think some of us has rapports and relationships where we can talk more and build and kind of give more candid conversations about how we feel about certain things. So
Right, I just wanted to bring that up as sort of a follow-up because we didn't have your voice at the when we talked about it already.
Well, myself, I think that she has a point as far as when you're a new board member.
Yes.
Because it is hard. Understanding everything, understanding terminology, and different things like that. I just wonder how we would judge or decide how strong one another, each one of us are. First of all, we would have to find out, decide where we need help. And that's why I think when we go to the retreats and different things, we discuss things which really bring that out and then help us to be better and work as a team. But in order to fix anything, you have to know what needs to be fixed. So when it came out, I just didn't see where it was going to benefit us because we have to have a starting point in order to get to the goal of where we're trying to finish or whatever. And to me, I just didn't see that.
I just think it was just lost in the wording of self-assessment. It's more like a Board of Ed protocol with things to expect, I think, would be more to what she's saying. But I agree. And then, but one of the things, to your point, Aretha, that's what makes us a well-rounded board because we all bring something different.
Yes.
My weakness might be your strength. Your strength might be her weakness, but it's how you communicate and build that relationship while you're doing your tenure, whether it's 2 years or 4 years with the people sitting with you. So
And then I was wondering, is it depending on, are we going to judge, what kind of questions each one of us ask in order to determine what you know and don't know? Because how are you going to know that?
yeah, that's why I want to do that.
Because really, I could want to ask a question that's already been asked. So there's no need in me asking it because now I'm informed, or I'm learning a lot from questions that's already asked and I don't need to add to that.
When is our next retreat? Because maybe that's something we can build on.
March.
Right.
Defining how
Well,
we discuss what Laura kind of brought to the table.
We can set our own retreats. I mean, we can set a date. I mean, just remember that we're getting ready to get into the darn budget crunch.
Right.
And
That's what I was going to offer is typically the extra quarterly work session for that quarter is related to the budget. But there is the fourth quarter or the June work session. And that what I'm hearing is a combination of we believe that the retreats are very beneficial because they help us as a team, which I think is part of the intention there, right? That teamwork, but then also that second part of like, how do we refine our support systems, particularly for onboarding new board members, right? As they come and perhaps
And that's why, I mean, that's why, even though I've been probably a little cranky about it, Laura's questions or bringing this up are important because it's been 11 years since I was a new board member. So, you know, but I do remember what it was like to be, I think I told you this. I didn't say anything. I just listened to try to learn. And I thought, having been following Board of Education stuff for 20 years, I thought I knew it. Let me tell you what, that first meeting in closed session, I realized I didn't know
much as you
anything.
thought.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it may, I just may wrap that the June work session might be where we look at the board handbook.
Yeah, it's true.
Right, and.
Or at least part of it.
Yeah,
Part
and
of
that's
it.
what I was hoping it would, I really wasn't set on a particular thing as much as a process
Yeah.
for always considering how we can improve. And so whether that's via the handbook and just having more information there, so that way someone new coming on doesn't feel so
I do
lost,
think that need to be.
that's an improvement,
I agree.
you know?
And
so
that's where the input of somebody who is new is the most important, because I don't know, I mean, I don't know what you didn't know, you know? Only you know what you didn't know,
What would be
you know? Yeah,
beneficial, right?
And all the things that we thought was to do with the board and found out it wasn't.
yeah.
Can we do this though, and then we can get out of here? I don't want to just brush this off, because I do think what we're talking about is important. Is it a way to make sure we come back to this?
I'm thinking
and
that
kinda
you-
hone in on, like, how do we improve as a board? Because I do think.
We're not just brushing it off, or I wouldn't have brought it
You know,
down.
not brushing it off, like, we talk about it now, then we'll talk about it again, because I do think the original intent of improvement as a board, as
Yeah,
a
I
whole.
just think the name self-evaluation might be the wrong name.
I think the June work session is our scheduled window to do a project like that. So to me, we've got our agenda for
And then we
June
can
work
build on
session.
that. Yes.
Righty.
You ready for the motion?
Alrighty, I get, so guys, the next monthly Board of Education meeting will be held on Monday, January 12th, 2026. Mrs. Manley, okay? Beginning at 5:30 PM with the open session. Open session will be immediately followed by the board members going into closed session. The open session will resume at 6:30 PM. These meetings will be located at the administrative building in the boardroom, 5608 Boundary Avenue, Rock Hall. Currently the boardroom. So right now I'm looking for a motion to adjourn.
I bring a motion to adjourn.
Mr. Queen has the motion. Which two of you ladies down there on that end want to second it?
I'll second it.
Ms. Dorsey has seconded. Is there any more discussion? I call for the vote. All in favor to adjourn?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Ms. Swanson?
Aye.